Hello! Happy Tuesday. Something. Oh, I just missed a USB cable. I moved my computer yesterday, or the other day. I blew all the dust out of it, and apparently I missed the USB cable connecting my, my secondary display is an old, like, drawing tablet display, and I use the side buttons to manage my streaming stuff, and I missed one of the USB cables, so, my buttons weren't working. I'll fix that during the next ad break. Doesn't matter for now. Anyway, hello. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I already said that. Today's goals are... Apparently I have a tailings dust problem. I don't know if that is breaking science right now. Certainly it's going to break other things. Is science still kind of waiting on petri dishes? Yes. That does appear to be the situation. So last week we did get to theoretically Pi Science 2, but we're not really running it consistently yet. We are still having some bottlenecks and some bandwidth issues. The big one has been glass. Yes, that's right. I remember. We built this, doubling our production of pure sand. Is that what this is? Yeah, pure sand. But we are having issues with getting all of our inserters built. The reason for that is that the mall was having some problems. The mall is put back together now, at least temporarily. But it's going to take a while for it to come back to life. I think I did fix copper. I just saw copper there was empty. But if we come over here... Oh, I'm near copper, so I must have fixed it. Yes, copper is running again. So that is good. Oh, that's right. Copper was blocked on tailings, and all of my tailings are backed up because... Right, so we had to get a coal dust sink, and that allowed this to turn back on. I remember now. Because this processes its own tailings dust and loops it. But we're also broken at tailings to Nexalit. If I find that. Is that this? Yeah. We're going to have to deal with this tailings dust coming out of Nexalit soon, because this is, or was fully backed up. We must have just gotten a load of it that goes to like one or two things that actually use tailings dust. But we're going to want to move that tailings dust over to where it can be fully processed, which ought to be over here, but I'm not sure if I actually have the space to get a station here and get it hooked in alongside the output of these. And actually, I'm not sure I have the space for... Yeah, this runs one belt at a time. So I'd need another one of these, basically, and another belt coming in. But it would be nice to have all of this, like, byproducts centralized. So I think I do want to try to do that if we can. I'm just not sure if we're going to be able to get the station in over here. Maybe. Maybe we can do, like, right here. One more T. This lead or rock might be in the way, but that would... Yeah, just to make sure that Nexalit doesn't get blocked up on tailings dust, right? That's the... And yes, we have most of it coming from, or more of it coming from our Digosaurs now. But... Actually, that's, looking pretty delightful, isn't it? So maybe I don't care if that Nexalit gets backed up. I think, well, that Nexilate does help feed the main base, right? Because this Nexilate is broken. So that means that the only Nexilate that feeds in is this. Oh, which is presently all backed up on antimony. Why is antimony oxide broken? Oh. What? How did this break? All right. New broken thing. So this is a belt of gravel that feeds into God knows where. Sorry, I actually don't know where this goes, so I really do have to follow it. Okay. It feeds concrete. Oh my goodness. Well, we can do that and make more reinforced concrete in the short term. But yeah, we're fully backed up on concrete out here. All right, this should at least get some of the gravel unblocked, maybe, in the short term. Maybe. We come down here. Don't see that turning on yet on that one. Oh, it's backed up all the way back. Okay, so yeah, it's going to take a little while for this belt to start really unblocking, unfortunately. Wait a second. Oh, no. Yeah, this pulls from this first. Okay, so that's expected. Although these prioritizations aren't really working right because of how we split the lanes, or don't correctly split the lanes, but that's a different problem. Yeah, and this isn't running full time because this can't keep up with it. Okay, I'm gonna have to go over here and I'm gonna have to either grab a bunch of concrete and pave some of the base with it, which maybe is the right thing to do. Or, you know what? Let's just do that. Where am I? Let's just grab a bunch of concrete and lay down a bunch around part of the base. So concrete was right over here? Yeah. 53,000 concrete. All right. Let's, I guess we could pave the mall area. We spend a bunch of time wandering around here, so this would be a good region to have. Paved. Oh, all right. Well, that was 53,000. Oh, it's amazing how quickly you go through this stuff. And then we've almost certainly got... Some of these things will have been assigned to the base construction bots instead of to my construction bots. And they'll just be slow. That's just part of life. Alright, but that should unblock a bunch of the stuff that's outputting gravel now. At least a little bit. Slowly but surely, at any rate. Let's see here. Yeah, the bots are bringing me landfill, but not really quickly enough. So let's go grab some more landfill. There we go. Do I have all of my bots back yet? That is the real question. Yes, all 99 of them. All right. And then I've gotten some orange inserters in the interim, but this is still going pretty slowly. Yeah, this is all still going pretty slowly. Especially with copper. There we go. Copper is back. We got our delivery of copper with copper turned back on. But I think it's just going to take a minute for small parts to make their way through all the weird pathways they need to make it through. Alright, in the meantime, besides pure sand, yeah, this is getting plenty of quartz. It just needs more pure sand. And that's gonna have been the limiting factor for, I think, most of this stuff, is that glass just keeps turning off when we run out of pure sand. All right, so yeah, we got to get that pure sand build done, and that's just kind of blocked on everything here being functional, which it more or less is now. We've got, yeah. It's trying anyway. All right. Let's at least head down to pure sand briefly, and we can drop off some of these orange inserters. That's not going to be enough to turn on the full pure sand build doubling, because we do still need a bunch of blue inserters for that, but at least let the bots, or let the base kind of try to catch up and accumulate some stuff while we wander down. Oh, I can drop off a bunch of this concrete again, too. Yeah, that's still a lot of space for concrete, so... We will have to keep paving the base with the concrete when that gets overly full, but that's fine. I have plenty of it. So once we can get, I think, pure sand running doubled, we'll probably find more things that are our next bottleneck, but this is the one that's causing the most hassle right now. And then that doesn't need to be like that. That's that. So there we go. This should load very quickly now. These are... Oh! All right, so that'll load a little bit faster now that this is caught up, but it is still not keeping up with, obviously, the actual full needs of... Yeah, we need, like, 100 more blue inserters. Ugh! Yep, that is... It's always frustrating when the mall breaks as severely as it did this time, because I'm really not sure what to do while I wait for it to make inserters. Wandering up to glass here, we can see that glassware is actually mostly caught up, which is fantastic. Oh, as are optical sets. Okay, so this is really good. Obviously, these belts are still catching up, but once those are, you know, fully backed up, it looks like this also needs to catch up a little more. But we're pretty close to being able to focus most of our glass production just on the Petri dishes, and that's the thing that's currently our science bottleneck, so that would be fantastic to see. But of course also, train limit of 2 there, and I want 2 on this one. Yeah, okay. That's not going to matter until we get this second build done, and we're actually pushing, you know. It's not quite 2 belts. I think it's like a belt and a half or something. No, this is just over 1 belt. So it should be just over 2 belts. And that's okay, because we're pulling 2 belts here is what we're trying to pull. Make sure that this is set right as well. Should be 2, not 3. And if I find the quartz mine... Yeah, that's right. I expanded this, so this is enough for 2. So we're going to be pushing 2 belts of raw quartz and 2 belts of pure sand into this as soon as it's kind of ready to go. Yeah, these are backing up, which is exactly what we want to see. I think we're okay here. So let's check up at how we're doing here. Yeah, it's still small parts is the bottleneck at this point, actually. So I might be able to do something with, I don't know if another inserter would help. I think it's just this blue inserter's moving as fast as it can. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I had to mute for a second there. I have been super sneezy today. I'm not sure if I stirred up some dust in the house or if it's just particularly pollen-y outside, but either way, gonna keep muting to sneeze. That's just gonna be a thing today. All right. And then... yeah, Primers is still waiting for another delivery of Petri dishes. Oh, we got a delivery of... whoa, hello. Okay. So that would have come... here. Yeah, and it's running. Okay. Apparently this is microfiber limited, but that's okay. The amount of these things that we need on any given moment is low. Cool. So this is great. This is making the good alien samples. Those are going to now have to buffer in here, just like the primers did. But then when those come through, up to our actual science build, the ratio is 1 good alien sample to 18 science. So when we bring 100 good alien samples up here, that'll be 1,800 science packs, which is just a phenomenally long amount of time. Yeah, 180 seconds per good alien sample times 100 is 18,000 seconds, which is, I don't know if I want to do this math. 5 hours. 100 of those will last 5 hours when we get the, when we actually get them up here. So, but this, I think, is going to need a second batch of primers to come through before it'll dispatch all of these, just because there's some that end up buffered in the in this transport belt that aren't accounted for. And I could change that, I guess, if I so desired. Right? I could read what's in the what's on the belt as part of our buffered amount. And for these small quantity things, maybe I should. You know what? I'm just going to do that. There we go. And now this is like, hey, we actually have 100 of these things. Deliver them. And this should have... what's the request threshold set to up here? 1 stack. Yeah, with up to 2 of them. So yeah, this should get dispatched. And I should do the same thing down here at primers and at Plasmids. Let's include this in the small quantity things. I should have done this a long time ago. It just didn't really occur to me. Kind of forget how much stuff ends up waiting on belts. But yeah, now this is going to say I can actually deliver 100 of these now, if you want. And yeah, it'll take longer to load if they're all coming from this side, but it's only one stack. Who cares? Other things that are delivered in really small quantities like that are these guys, although these are buffered a lot more, so I'm less concerned about them. All right, yeah, this got delivered. And dropped off? And dropped off, okay. So this system is actually running. As long as this is able to get its next delivery of good alien samples before this stack runs out, then we're in good shape. Okay, I think this is actually running now? How are these guys doing down here? That's just studs. Where did I do the real build? It's this one up here. Chitter, chitter, chitter. But, yeah, they seem fine. They're running. See, all of these are green. At least within radar range. I assume the last ones are green too. I could put more barrels in this loop. I'm just looking, they only back up to about halfway. But all these seem like they're able to grab the barrels they need fast enough when they want a barrel, so I'm not too concerned about it with these super long crafts. Cool. And then we actually run our science. Is it this stop? No. Where did I set it up? Not there. I don't remember where I set up research. Here we go. I wanted to change how I was doing this. I had a brainwave about how to set these up. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to set them up the way I figured out, which should look a little neater, that's all. Oh, we're not getting automation science packs. Cool. Have to fix that. Okay. So let's grab our labs, and each of these is going to do like 3 and 3. And basically this. Okay. I think Automation Science Pack is still blocked, probably on bricks, right? So I'm gonna need to make... Yeah, bricks. So I need to get more bricks going. Right now, my bricks on rails... this one, are just made from rich clay, which I think is maybe fine, because isn't there a... like ash and water to rich clay? Yes. There's also this clay and muddy sludge that I got out of Kick Elks, and this is just ZI clay. So, like, this will consume a little more than a belt of raw clay a second. Let's flip over to Yef. Oh, right, my buttons aren't working. Let's go to YFC. Let's just do rich clay. Let's see what that ZI clay looks like. If I wanted the 17.5 a second from this recipe. All right, that's a stupid amount of clay pits. Understood. Yeah, 48 clay pits into... I mean, I would probably do 4 clay pits per assembler. And then 2 washers making muddy sludge. Just kind of spread it out, although then the soil input doesn't quite line up. We go down to 15, here we go. 49 and 6. That's like actually a somewhat reasonable thing. Quote unquote, somewhat reasonable. I mean, we could build this. This is a big build. 400 megawatts for the steam. But we could do it. I don't think we need this much. Let's find... Did I make a tab for automation science? I didn't. Unified science. What are we doing? 9.6 stone bricks a second. Okay. So, we want enough just to sustain that. How much rich clay do we need? Oh. We need, like, that much rich clay anyway. The other options for bricks... The pitch recipe, of course, or just from stone. But, like, that's a lot of stone, too. I don't love that. Yeah, I think this is the one, and we're going to have to get this, like, this much rich clay coming in. A little over a belt. 15 bricks a second, 15 rich clay. Cool. So yeah, this is gonna be the build. As expensive as it is. All right. Entity, shopping list, export to a blueprint. And import the blueprint string. There we go. We actually... Do I want to double this? Do I want to go for like the 30 rich clay a second? I don't think I need to. I think we're still going to have some trickle of clay that's coming from manure spoilage throughout the base, so just 15 a second is probably enough. And worst case it's not, and I need to build it again. But, like, let's not go super overboard the first time. Especially while the base is still not yet recovered. Why don't we have engines? That's a terrifying... No small parts. We're out of copper again. Did copper break again? Whichever of these drop off copper. Here. No trains with this stop. I guess copper was really busted for quite a while, and tailings have been just finally draining. So... it's gonna take a minute for enough for copper to, like, make its way all the way around the rest of the base from here. Alright, yeah, I think copper's just still recovering. That's an unfortunate reality right now. Alright, as far as clay pits, on the way 15, on the way 12 more of those. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, it's going to take a minute for all of the... we're not going to get enough clay pits immediately. Ironically, I need stone bricks. $23, 15 more gets us up to 38 of the 40 that we need. Ugh, what else do I need to make more of them? Burner mining drills and iron plates. $39, one more. Oh, we're still waiting for boilers too. All right, 40 of those, one more boiler. I could maybe make that myself. I can make that myself. Okay, let's get out of here. All right, so first things first is I did get a bunch of blue inserters, even though the base is still a little sad. So let's go drop those off at Pure Sand. That is going to help fix petri dishes and some of the things that are still going to be bottlenecks for our science to fully turn on. And of course, we're still not all the way there yet either. All but 3 of them. Let's see, without those... Yeah, this will back up, I think, from here. The sand to pure sand washing. Okay. Well, I need a bunch more inserters before I can actually do... Well, maybe not. There's a lot of buildings involved in this, so maybe we don't necessarily need huge numbers of inserters. Let's head over back to YAFC. Oh yeah, this. 2 blues per building for the rich clay in there. Muddy sludge is probably similar, just over 1. Yep. So this, I think, could be 3 yellows. But here... Well, actually, that could maybe also be 3 yellows. Hmm. 2 blues is easier, though. Let's see, if we switch our... 1, add our milestone there. But 2, if we switch our preferred inserter... Done. Yeah, 3 there, and just over 2 here. Yep. So 3 and 3. All right, that's a small enough number that we actually can do it with yellow inserters. I'm not too concerned about sprawl. So maybe we just do this build as is with yellow inserters while the base is still kind of trying to fix itself. Because, yeah, it's going to take a little while to get enough blues for everything there. I do want to go grab just a few more blues to drop off at the pure sand build, just so that that build is done. Because I think all that needs is a few more blue inserters. And that should get pure sand running a lot faster, which was our last bottleneck for glass, which is our bottleneck for petri dishes, which is one of our bottlenecks for, well, all of the science packs except automation science. Automation science is still going to be bottlenecked on bricks until we get this clay build done. All right, this looks bad. We're totally stopped on biomass. Oh. All right. Well, that's why we were totally stopped on biomass. I didn't realize I was still missing inserters up here. Alright, And then, yeah, it's going to take a minute for this to get past its backlog. Oh, this got backlogged pretty badly. All right, but that's fine. As long as it is catching up, and it does look like it. Yeah, the sort of bottom is still moving up. Yeah. Yep, we're looking good. And then up here, we've got all stack inserters, which is overkill for loading, I think, these belts in, but definitely getting the train loaded. We want as many stack inserters as we can, throwing stuff into the trains to get them pulled through here. Train limit there is 2, and train limit here is also 2. We could see this is emptying quickly. All right. Yeah, hopefully this will do the right thing, and this will be able to keep up with the sand consumption of the glass now. Other things I want to check. Yeah, okay, we're loading up some glass panes, and these are doing their best. We had a load of these go by, that's fine. Optical sets are paused. But more importantly, all the Petri dishes are running full speed, and that should mean all of these are running. Yes, okay. We have not been able to see Petri dishes running at full speed for a long, long time, so this is really good to see. Especially with the tweaks we did, so that we're buffering a little bit less around things like primers. Hopefully, we will see yeah, I think science is pretty much running. Or Pi Science 2 is pretty much running, I should say. Other thing that we need... Let's see, how did I set up my requests for this? All right. So yeah, we request up to 2 stacks of Pi Science 2. Yeah. And then 4 stacks, and then 6 stacks, and then 12 stacks. So I did all this correctly. So yeah, let's get this rich clay build done, which should get automation science running, and that might be one of our last kind of bottlenecks before we can call this base actually working as intended. Where do I want to do this build? This is a biggish build, isn't it? Guess I could come out this side and go south here. Oh, apparently that's all the asphalt I have on me. Okay, so as far as... Whoops, what did I just do? As far as this build goes, it's just a single pickup station for the rich clay that we're going to make. So we really just need to, I mean, we've got a bunch of space over here that isn't really accessible because all of these stations point north, so we can build kind of to our heart's content over here. So we're going to have 40 clay pits. Yeah, and these do have poop chutes. Okay, that's what I thought. So these are going to be... Ten of these guys is half a belt. No! Because they are... Did I flip these? Yeah. I almost forgot to account for the fact that they'll stack because they're poop chutes. So we can... Well, I'm still going to do 2 columns of them just for spacing purposes. And then... All right. So that is 30 clay a second. And we want it to feed into 9 assemblers. Oh, these need power, not just steam. Never mind, this build isn't gonna... Take it apart, and let's leave room for power and everything else that we're gonna need. So if I leave just leave a gap in between these, we put power. Yeah, that's what I thought. These don't really line up well with the... All right, there's 40 of those now with power between them. Yeah. Oh, and then power, of course, needs to be copied. Okay. And then I'm actually going to do this, I think, this way. And again, I've got tons of space to work here, so I'm not feeling super pressured to make this, like, ultra compact, but, you know, it's always nice when things look nice, right? So that's clay, and that'll feed into 9 of these guys, which are going to do the rich clay. All right, that's a little too close at that end. That's fine. And then we'll have the rich clay actually out here. And the other thing this needs is the muddy sludge in to be managed. And that will be basically another little sub-build, which we will deal with after the ad break, because Twitch is telling me that it's ad break o'clock. I do run an ad break just once an hour and just long enough to keep pre-roll and mid-roll ads disabled. I will step away for a moment and get myself some more water during the break, so you won't have to miss anything. I recommend you do the same. Get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourself as a human being. When we come back, we'll get this build finished up. Yeah. That is, I think, all I have to say about that. Ads incoming now. All right, and we are back. Thanks for hanging around through the break. I do appreciate it. So, as I was saying, what is this? Is this just a radar? That's probably just a radar. Yeah. So I can mess with these power poles if they're in my way. So we've got clay coming in here. These need their soil, and of course, these are going to need their steam in. Let's just do the steam now while I'm thinking about it, because that's easy. That's a lot of boilers, as I recall. So... yeah, 17 boilers. And then this whole thing runs off of 2... not connect that. I thought I got that connected. Well, something is still broken with my stream control buttons. Lovely. All right, that's fine. So, looking at YAFC here, yeah, 1,000 water a second goes into the steam, and then 900 goes into the soil and the muddy sludge. So it's basically one pump for each of them, which is just fine. All right, there we go. Now we just need to make the muddy sludge, which is 6 washers and 8 soil extractors. Okay, that's not too bad. All right, and then each of those takes in how much soil? A little more than 2 blue inserters per building, which is an annoying number. Or sorry, a little more than 2 yellow inserters per building. So I am going to have to do like this. Then soil. Connect those up. Connect these. Now I just need to find a decent place. Pump water into this whole setup. Oh, and these guys want power, of course. Why wouldn't they? All right. So that is going to be a belt of soil feeding all of these washers, which will feed ultimately. Oh, this is a belt out. Didn't really think about the output of this. It's 4.5 on each side of the belt. So this needs to be split. Like that. All right. And then if we just make a solid pickup station, we're done. Except for the fact that I don't actually have the blue inserters that we need for this pickup station. So, has the base had a chance to kind of catch up and make some inserters while we've been away doing other things? Yes, it has. All right. Let's head back up to base and grab inserters then. We don't need rich clay anymore because we have built it. And hopefully, once this has had a chance to run for a little bit, it'll be... Well, we'll see what the next bottleneck on science is. I'm sure something else will be bottlenecked somewhere. Because that's just how this works, right? But hopefully, with glass finally catching up again, and getting more clay into our brick system, hopefully we'll be in better shape. Speaking of glass, how is glass doing? Oh, look at that. Oh, well, we're blocked on fuel again. Awesome. That is the new bottleneck. Let's figure out what's up with fuel. Let's just do a little examining around the base. This is stopped on coke. Okay. Well, that's bad. Is the other one also? Not yet, but it's gonna be. So that's this setup. Which looks like it's currently running fine, but I suspect is only recently running fine again. Yeah, these are running at what should be 8 times 4 is 32 a second. Yeah, we expect these to run at basically a full stacked belt. But yeah, there should be more trains on the way to this right now. And there are. Yeah, one at each, Oh, this one's at coal. Interesting. Cool. 1000 Pi Science Pack 2. All right, now I think we can say that we're actually making Pi Science Pack 2s, which is great. Got a few hundred of them here, which means we should have a few hundred of them down wherever we're doing research as well. Do I need whatever the bots are bringing me right now? Not really. I mean, it's, you know, pipes and belts and rails, all the small stuff, which we have a lot of. Let's head back down to where we were working on that rich clay build and get the, we'll get the train station build finished up, which will get that area cleared out. Sorry, that's not what I meant to say. We'll get that coming off the belt and moved into where we want the rich clay to go. And then that will hopefully be our last bottleneck, although I suspect we will find more bottlenecks with automation science. Well, maybe not with automation science. We will find more bottlenecks with the other sciences once we unblock automation science. There we go. I think I have stopped saying the opposite of what I mean. All right. That looks like it is going fine. So this will be a delivery up to where we make bricks very shortly. It's already halfway full there. Okay. The other sciences are probably not running like consistently enough right now for me to even judge. No, Logisci is running. All right, Logisci is fine. Which Logisci do we have backed up? We have a little bit of Logisci. And then where do I make PySci 1? I have no idea. Here we go, PySci 1. PySci 1 doesn't have basic substrate, and I'm going to guess that basic substrate right now is still Petri dishes. Yeah, we're still Petri dish constrained here. And this is requesting a full train load of it, so we're not doing minimum loads here. This should bring a lot of Petri dishes all at once, so I think that one has been kind of... Basic substrate has been regularly limited by my glass issues. This is locked up? Question mark? I didn't know this could happen. Did I mess up a priority when I... Oh, oxygen out. Is not hooked up. Yep, okay. Well, that'll do it. Yeah, I did not connect oxygen correctly to this half. Alright, let's go fix that real quick. Hopefully I do have enough oxygen demand for the second one of those to run. We make oxygen kind of everywhere throughout the base. Just because it is a byproduct of so many things. Well, really, muddy sludge is a byproduct of so many things, and this is how I deal with muddy sludge, is oxygen. There we go. That is looking better. 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 Okay. Oh, we need more. Oh, no. That's water out, not water in. Water in is doing fine. All right. I think we're doing okay here. I'm not sure why. Oh, because this one's saturated because it was backed up. We'll get into our unsaturated state soon. That's why this is able to push out so much more than this side right now, I think. Yeah. Yeah, because these are still sitting with 200 soil inside them. And this is all backed up. So it'll take a minute for this to catch up on all the soil that's backed up inside of it, and that'll but cool. That's pure sand that should be now pretty much unbreakable. Well, I shouldn't say that, but significantly less breakable. Glass is doing great. We're bringing in tons of petri dishes. Yeah, hopefully this is now enough petri dishes with glass doubled to be able to keep up with everything. But yeah, currently no trains with this stop, which means that it's gonna take a little while for this to get its delivery. Again, we're just still waiting for glass to catch up. There's not much I can do about it, I don't think. Like, this should be enough petri dishes to run the base. I hope it is, anyway. I can make more at this point. That's an option now that we've doubled liquid glass, but I would also love to understand what's going on with this. Because coal gas here. Yeah, this has a train limit of 2. Maybe I do need more coal gas, coke to coal gas capacity, which I can certainly do. I'm just surprised, I guess. Let me double check. Oh, this isn't set as priority 1 here. No. Whereas I think the other ones are, right? No, I didn't set this one either. And I didn't set this up as a void, right? This is still Station A. Yep. Or Network A, I should say. Yeah, we might need to double this. So let's grab 8 DDCs from the base, and we can get that coke recycling increased. All right, bots. All right, that is a full inventory. And where is that? Down at the bottom there. All right. We'll go this way. And I'll check what's going on with our new rich clay build and all of that in a moment. But did want to just grab all this. I'm gonna move effectively over one. I want a little bit of space to work over here with just to get belts out of here, because now we're going to want to get 2 belts of output out. All right. And then if we just kind of grab the whole thing again, we're going to double it. So each of these brings in... Oh, only makes 0.2 ash a second. Yeah, that's nothing. All right, so this can now dump 4 belts of coke, because these are double stacked. Is that enough? We'll find out. I'm kind of shocked at how much coke we're actually needing to sink. I guess we don't use that much of it. I try to use ashless fuel wherever I can. We don't have real coal power plants because this is hard mode. So, like, stuff makes sense, but at the same time, kind of makes no sense. Okay, so as far as... Oh, yep, here we go. This train is being loaded up. That's probably not our first one. How's stone brick doing? Oh, here we go. We're actually getting a load of bricks now. Right, bricks are a large load because they stack so high. And that's fine. So yeah, it's going to take a minute for this to, what the... Am I an idiot? No, I'm just looking at the wrong thing. Okay. I was like, why is the number going down? Isn't it loading? Yes, it's loading this inventory. We're okay. So yeah, hopefully with this clay set up now, this thing will be able to keep up with the brick needs of our science. Copper is still running, but it is starting to accumulate, it looks like. The mall is just kind of doing its thing. Still low on engines to make these guys, but that's okay. We have lots of blues now, at least. Yeah, and I've got another 100 or so in my inventory now. Engines are running just slow. Yep, engines are running just slow. Cool. I don't think there's anything else I can do to try to make this suck down coal any faster. Like, obviously, this tar processing produces a lot of coke, which... yeah. This has just been busy sending trains back and forth, trying to get that emptied. Before it, I think, even starts thinking about the next one. Which it is doing, I think. I think it is catching up. Not 100% certain on that, but I think it is catching up. So once the rails have caught up on this one, yeah, it's already done a request from this one as well. Excellent. So it does seem like it is slowly but surely going to catch up on coke now. I'm not sure if we actually needed the capacity for 4 belts of coke liquefaction, but it's done now, and it should keep up with our demand for a little while longer. I always lose track of where the brick build is. It's just such a small build. There we go. Yeah, this is still loading. It's got to be close, right? Not really. Well, sort of. Oh, and I didn't even check if this is actually being delivered to science or if it's going somewhere else. Yes, okay. Good. Yeah, so in the interim, I guess we can look here and decide what we actually want for our first sciences. I had clicked on salt and salt accessories because that one seemed good. But I'm not sure if that's actually what I want. SAP Stage 3. I still haven't even started SAP Stage 2. Renias. Which I can use for... phenol, which is a new recipe for melamine. Okay. Interesting. A few other things in there as well. Yotoi and cellulose. Cellulose is always a hassle. New filtration media recipe. Ooh, that actually looks nice. Aromatics from lignin. And lignin from cellulose, sodium hydroxide, and steam. Interesting. What if we work backwards? All right. And maybe we should do this working backwards in YAFC, but like, what are the things that we're actually gonna need? So we're gonna need Yotoi and the Renias, this phenol. We're gonna need nylon, Kevlar, aramids, antimony stage 2, all right. Silicon processing, which gets us into semiconductors, which I do actually want to get into semiconductors. They seem interesting. And that eventually gives us electronics too, which I think also gets us red belts and bulk inserters and power improvements and nuclear. So yes. Is the path to semiconductors what we want then? So yeah, that's still Yotoi, Renias, nitrobenzene here, silicon processing. Yeah, I may as well. Yotoi. Yeah, we want to get to electronic stage 2. So Yotoi, Renias, cellulose stage 2, phenol, nylon, nitrobenzene, Kevlar, and that's as far as we can enqueue so far. All right, that'll give us plenty of stuff to start thinking about. And then the other thing I didn't check, like, yes, obviously we want to get to what do we need for the chemical science packs? All sorts of new stuff. Okay. We're going to need more mechanical parts. We're going to need advanced small parts. We're going to need nuclear samples, which use a bunch of nuclear stuff that I haven't figured out yet. Nuclear is wild in Pyanodons, and I am looking forward to that as well, but we'll do that after we deal with silicon doping. So this is going to be the... when did we get Vat Brains? We have Vat Brain Research 1 hiding on the side of this science pack. Niobium, aluminum, titanium, special alloy, brains, shale oil, and fetal serum. Oof. That is expensive. So that's something we're going to want to think about as well, especially when we're deciding what we want our scale to be. When we get into blue science, like, we're going to have access to the first vat brains for that. But those are pretty far down the list. Also, where is... Yeah, we get... Oh, we had Tidal Power Stage 1 already. I didn't even think about that. But we'll get Tidal Power Stage 2. 40 megawatts. What is Biomass Stage 2? Oh, we got Geothermal Stage 2. Which gives us pressurized steam from our geothermal. And then we should also get... Yeah, oil and gas power. Coal power stage 2 gives us the coal power plant Mark II, but that makes heat still. And under renewables, yeah, biomass stage 2, we'll be able to upgrade our biomass power plants here. Consumes, oh, it's off the bottom. I can't actually see how much wattage they consume, but that's all stuff we're going to want to be thinking about as well as we get further down this list. Obviously, there's a lot we need to do. Oh, and interesting, Power 2 is below nuclear. Do we get a... Nuclear power? Hey, there we go. Oh no, that's way down here. That's not actually in power stage 2. That was a lie. Where's nuclear power stage 1? Okay, that's past blue science. So we don't really get nuclear power yet. We just get, like, some nuclear isotopes for research, I guess, is all we get early on. We do get something called fuel rods and fuel cells. And then... what are those actually used for, though? Where is the... Yeah, the breeder reactor is here somewhere. Yeah, breeder reactor. Generates heat at 100 megawatts. Okay. Oh, here we go. Heat exchanger. Makes steam at 500 degrees C from fuel rods. Or there's also the breeder reactor, but the breeder reactor just makes heat. And I don't think we have... Yeah, so we will have these heat exchangers by then, which I guess are the vanilla heat exchangers. And these do let us convert heat into steam. And into power. This would also let us do coal power finally, right? In theory. And that could be worth considering. I don't think the electric furnace is going to be worth it for a long time, but it's also here. All right, well, short term, research-wise, we're going to have a couple of alien life plants to bootstrap coming up. And then we'll get into some of these various plastics, pushing towards aramids, pushing towards electronics, and whatever makes sense to unlock along the way. You know, we're going to have to get stainless steel at some point, so we will definitely want to grab fast inserters and logistics 2 on the way. Once we get nuclear, who even knows what that's going to look like. Oh, this is under nuclear. Okay, I somehow didn't process that until just now. So yeah, is this how we make power with nuclear early on? It's either this recipe, which takes cool steam and turns it into hot steam, or we use the breeder reactor with just traditional heat exchangers and steam turbines. Yeah. All right. That is all way further down the tech tree, though. We've got a long way to go before we're getting that. In the meantime, well, while we've been sitting looking at research, we wouldn't have done... All right, our bricks did get delivered up here. Yes, we're unloading. We're running automation science again, finally. It's going to take a little while for... obviously for this to rebuffer to where it will get a request delivered. Actually, it should be able to do it now, I think. Because that's 12 stacks, right? Is our... Yeah. So that should be able to dispatch a train up to automation science now. It has not. And I'm not sure why, to be honest. All right, let's double check this. So we have 6 stacks, so 1,200 science. And that's set to station control. So 1,200 is our request size. Or, sorry, our minimum request amount. And then we are requesting a total 2,400. And there's currently, sitting up here, in... Oh, these are planter boxes. This isn't the science. I'm an idiot. Sorry. Automation science pack is over here. All right. These guys just need to be delivered. The planter boxes. Okay. So we are not yet up to our request threshold for delivery, and that's why. This needs another 2.5 stacks. Okay. But all of these assemblers look like they are running just fine to me. Let's see. This is all spoiling fine, and then biomass will be the byproducts. No worries there. All of this here should also be running. This is still running. We haven't stopped yet. Well, actually, yeah, disabled by control behavior. Cool. Because we have 8 solidified Sargeras in here. And then Gene Lab also disabled? Yes, because we have 12 animal samples. Okay. All right. But yeah, these are running just fine, making Logiscience. And how is this doing? This is still awful. Cool. So Petri dishes are still going to be a problem for our science throughput. And that's really just the most disappointing thing. Yeah, we're not currently pushing through anything. Oh, we're out of fuel still. Let's check how all of that has been going. If we come over to here. All right, this is like currently stopped. We backed up on aromatics. We're backed up on aromatics. Because yeah, naphthalene overflows, that's fine. Creosote overflows, that's fine. And anthracene also is an overflow, and all of those are fine. It's this one. Yeah, this is kind of like the end. So this has had the V signal enabled, the void signal. So it should be trying to turn it into diesel. And like, yes it is. Do I need more capacity for diesel conversion? Maybe. Is this one the same? This one's the same. Yeah, maybe I need to make my diesel converter bigger. I didn't really ever think about that. This pulls 125 aromatics per second. And if I find tar processing. Okay, each of those makes about 80 aromatics. So I do need to increase my capacity for converting aromatics to diesel. Okay. Yeah, we need another one of these. Which means this whole thing kind of needs to be redone so it's a little less silly. What is that? That's a light oil refinery. Okay. One light oil refinery. Let's head up to base where we can collect that. And then we will we'll go readjust our aromatics to diesel so that we can handle a little more of the throughput there. Are light oil refineries not in the network? Apparently not. Yep, there we go. Light oil refinery needs lead plate and some other stuff. Okay. All right, and diesel happens right over here. So that's not too big of a deal. This one? This one. All right. So we're going to have 2 of these now. Making diesel from aromatics and the naphtha. There we go. Ah, we're also low on naphtha. Okay. We're going to have to get more naphtha then. That's another situation we're going to have to resolve. All right. So we make naphtha from 2 things. One of them is natural gas, which is running. Natural gas refining here. Just a little bit. But we only have a little bit of demand for natural gas. It's just the bees. The other place we get it is from oil. This. And this brings in bitumen and a little bit of gasoline. And does a whole bunch of processing on it. And one of our outputs is naphtha. And that is... I mean, this all appears to be running. So we may just not make enough naphtha right now to keep up with our aromatics production and turning it all into diesel. Which stinks. Yeah, these spit out some naphtha and tailings and BTX. And, like, BTX is also ultimately fuel, so that's fine. But... then this guy hopefully basically never runs. I could actually get rid of this build. I don't think I need it anymore, because I'm doing tall oil directly from tar now, down here, which also spits out aromatics. So making tall oil from naphtha is a waste. So maybe I should just disassemble this whole setup at this point. Tear that down. Oh look, this just got a delivery of naphtha. Yeah, that's bad. Because that is just a waste of naphtha. Could have set this to like a very high priority so that it will prefer to drain this like last load of tall oil out of this. And then this should pretty much be the end of what it will try to do here. Because yeah, that was a waste of a load of naphtha, basically. Which could have been turned into diesel instead. And I think I saw down here as well. Yeah, I've got some extra tanks. Are these small enough that I can... Yeah. Get this back down to a normal-sized station. There's no need to have this much, extra storage here anymore. I'm sure I did that because at one point I didn't have a sink for BTX, but I do now. So... And then natural gas I don't actually have a void for. And if we're gonna be reliant on naphtha here, then maybe we need a natural gas void. Syngas, flue gas. I mean, we just burn it at that point, right? Is really all that is. Acrylic, which we're not to yet. Yeah, that's blue science. Okay. So yeah, it seems like petroleum gas processing stage 2, also blue. Like natural gas to methane, that's not bad. Yep, I think this is kind of the only reasonable void right now is the syngas flue gas void. Well, that's too bad. I was hoping I would find at least something useful. Alright, it is just about ad o'clock again, so those ads will run for about 3 minutes. I'm just going to let the game run in the background and kind of keep stabilizing. But it does look like we have science running. And we have the science per minute we expect. So, I don't know. The base might actually be working. All right, I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the break. I was just watching science run during the break, and it seems like science is running. We might be... I mean, we'll see when we get this, next delivery of automation science packs. But if we go back to YAFC, and unfortunately, I fixed my unplugged thing, but it's not being detected correctly, so none of my buttons to switch scenes are working. And I'm gonna keep trying to click the buttons anyway, because it's force of habit. So this makes, let's go to per minute. $12 science a minute is our like baseline number. And if we look at like this, each of these is 90 seconds. So we should actually be able to run more than 12. I think we could run a lot more labs off of the amount of science that we're theoretically able to craft. Because right now we're sitting at... This says 8 SPM. Oh, I must have a science... Yeah, we're plus 50%. Okay. So yeah, we're sitting at 8 SPM when we could be 12. Oh, but that's not science consumption, that's science production, isn't it? So I want my science production to still be 18. So I could run 4 more of these? No, a lot more than that. 8 of these is 8. I could run 10 more of these if my math is correct. Cool. Let's run 10 more labs. Let's do it. Where do I need to drop these off? Right up there. Why not, right? We may as well speed up research. That is... We built this thing to be able to do 12 SPM plus productivity brings that up to 18, so let's do 18 SPM. $10 SPM. Are we going to get up to the 18 that we should be able to hit? With that 50% research productivity? And then the question is, will the base keep up with actually running at full 18 SPM? Running close to 16, 17, so it runs pretty close to the 18 SPM that we expect. All right. But we're going to go through this a lot faster now. Will we keep up? It should be, actually, requesting another delivery already. And it is? Trains are taking their turns getting out of the depot. This is a much bigger bottleneck than I had kind of anticipated. Trains getting out of the depot backing up like this. It's not a constant problem, but it's definitely a problem. And then Pi Science 1 and Logi-Sci, I don't think are ready for more deliveries. I think it's just the Automation Science packs. And that is going to be tight on getting that delivery in time. So we might want to add a little more Automation Science pack capacity just because we need the most of those. And I don't think it's a big deal to do so. There it goes. Yeah, I think we're just gonna run out before that gets here. But still, that's not terrible. And then, yeah, this should want deliveries now of Logi-Sci and Pi-Sci 1. Yeah, that's Pi-Sci 1. And Logi will be next. But yeah, this is only with 90-second researches, right? As soon as they start to get longer, maybe they're 90 seconds through most of this era of science. It does seem like it. Yeah. So we're with 90-second researches, this is like exactly what the base is capable of doing. And if we have any like latency or anything with getting deliveries, you know, trains are backed up or whatever, we're gonna see that here. But other than that, this does seem like it is like it's working well. Ooh, and we got more Pi-Sci 2. Hey, look at that. All right. I think we can actually say that science is working. And there's stuff that I never even did. We never did vanadium. We never did silicon carbide. And we never did molybdenum. I assume we're going to have to do them at some point for blue science. But I don't know if that's from hard mode shuffling things around. It must be. Yeah, I mean, we got molybdenum processing here. Seaweed stage 2. Seaweed stage 2 needs molybdenum, apparently. And I just never bothered with seaweed stage 2. I just built bigger. So at some point that will be infeasible, and we'll have to work on some of these plant upgrades, but seaweed seemed fine on its own. None of my builds were too crazy there. Cool. I think we're keeping up with science. I really do. Zipper eggs, that's fine. I know Casein is keeping up. Casein is overbuilt, so that'll definitely keep up. We might want to turn up our request numbers on some of this. Maybe not. I mean, it's fine. Well, fine-ish. The problem is, like, casein and zipper eggs and glassware we go through a lot more of than Like the good alien samples and the Paragen and the Sarkarus. So we could deliver those in larger batches. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's head over there and let's tweak some of those request amounts so that the... There we go. Cybernetic Combinator. There. In station control mode. Let's get a constant combinator out. So this is going to set the request threshold for good alien samples to 100. And everything else, we're going to do like half a train load of. What about... We only use 2 mechanical parts? Alright, we'll do mechanical parts the same. Set the threshold there to 200. And we'll request 3. So that should be the last small train. Because, yeah, this is requesting 1,300 casein. Which it can do. Yeah, beautiful. All right, and that should just keep the trains from being overly busy, just like doing laps of 100 of this, 100 of that. Some of these science things really are in quantities that low, and it makes sense to do that. Some of them aren't. Down here for the Paragen, you know, we probably want to make sure that our cotton guts are a high threshold. Here we go, and I did that. Oh, stacks, isn't it? So that should be 1 stack and 2 stacks? I'm always confused about how that works. Cotton guts seem to be right, though, because we're not getting a delivery of 10 cotton guts right now, even though we have minus 360 of them. So I think I did that right. Yeah, and this is going to be most of a train's worth of casein coming in, and plastic bars as well. And again, this just keeps the trains from being overly busy with stuff that they can move in bulk. It's only the really low production things that we want to keep on such small train loads, right? We don't want the trains to be spending all their time moving back and forth. And then like here, we could probably put plastic bars on a custom threshold. Because yeah, the current threshold is 1 stack. But we use like 10 plastic bars, so let's do it here. Set the threshold to 10. And set the request amount to 15 stacks. This should get issued a request for, there we go. Plastic. Beautiful. Then, yeah, glassware is going to be 1. Fuels are all still broken. All right, what do I need? Is it still basically just aromatics backing up? That's my issue. Yeah, it is. All right. Let's figure out aromatics. All right. So diesel needs naphtha. That's not happening right now. Or hydrogen, which is also not really happening right now. Plastic. Zinc mining, of course. And then this is blue science. Okay. So it basically has to be either diesel or petroleum. Those are the options. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. So we really just need more naphtha is the thing. If we flip over to YAFC, let's do diesel, bringing in aromatics at, oh god, switch this back to per second, please, so I can think. 160 a second coming in, about. That's funny that this is so much cheaper than diesel. Oh, I guess it uses a lot less of the aromatics, actually. Let's science out both of these versions and, like, see what they look like. So, like, 480 hydrogen a second is a lot of hydrogen. We've got this, but, like, CO2 sink is potentially a challenge. I don't think we have, yeah, silicon processing, not yet. Like, that's a lot of sodium hydroxide. This is a stupid amount of hydrogen to do this way. I think if we want to try to do diesel instead, yeah, it's a much more manageable amount of hydrogen and syngas. Or even just like, we might have the hydrogen on rails already for this from other productions scattered around. I don't remember if I made a, like, deliberate hydrogen sink yet or not, but the other option is diesel from naphtha. And trying to get this much naphtha, like, that's a lot of natural gas mining. Miss Oliphant's recipe from crude oil. It's actually not bad, but then we have, like, olefins to deal with. I like the hydrogen plan. I do like the hydrogen plan. And I do think we're going to have too much syngas anyway. So I think we do... What if we do this? Petroleum gas from syngas. We don't have to build it at... That's a lot of CO2 out. That's so much CO2. To acetic acid? No. I just don't know what I'd do with all that CO2. And that's where the diesel recipe is more tempting, even if it's less... It makes less fuel for our aromatics in, right? But I'm more confident that we can void this much CO2, basically. I'm really not sure. But certainly what I have is no good. So I think we can set this up. I think we have aromatics in. I think we have syngas in. I think we're going to ratio this to like one of those and three of those. Yep. Let's build this. We'll build this. We'll have diesel out, 2 fluid inputs, 2 fluid outputs, and solid input. And this can be our other way of syncing aromatics. So we need 3 of those, and we need, what do we need? A DDC. And then I need to find a spot to build this, but that's not a big deal. And this will unblock a lot of our... I went way too far east, sorry. This will unblock a lot of our... Uh-oh. Don't love that. Circuits are broken again. Circuits are broken again. Eh? Eh? That's bad. Very bad. This should never be Oh. Well, that's fine. Because we set up... don't actually know how to look for my void for coal dust. I'm gonna bet if I come over here, yeah, we need the void logic. And we need to apply that to this station here. Which is fine. We can go do that. Alright, that does mean that we're on our own for light oil refineries. I'm lost. Sorry, I just paved this section and I'm moving through it more quickly now, and my brain hasn't quite adapted to where I'm going. Okay. So first things first, let's fix our void down here for coal dust, because that is a problem. All right. Now this should be dispatched to the coal dust void. Maybe. I do wish I knew where I built that coal dust void. So yeah, this isn't being dispatched, despite being in the V network now. And despite being high priority. Did I never actually build the coal dust void? Did I just think about it? No, I built it. I definitely built it. I remember building it. That's aluminum processing. Over here, we've got whatever this is, niobium, that's fine. Nexalit. A lot of this is older stuff down here. I know I kind of tucked it in someplace. I remember that much. Like, it's only 2 stations, so I may have stuck it at the end of some place that was already doing stuff. I might have to grab the proper factory search mod. This is silly. Ah, here we go. Oh, well, that's why it's broken. I didn't filter the outserters. Need to filter the outserters to ash. Oh, and I never even hooked up water as an input to this either. God, I just left this half built. There we go. Let's see, how do I best want to try to get output of this fed back into this? I think if I take like this, oh, of course that hits that pipe. Why wouldn't it? Whitelist coal dust on these ones, so they only output the coal dust. And then hook that up here. And that should do the right thing. So this will shove a belt of coal dust from this one over to here. And as soon as we burn through enough of this, this will finally start to... Yeah. Just need to turn this off for now. Yeah. So this won't try to dispatch anything because, like, we don't want it to do anything with this 10,000 coal dust here. You know, the last thing we want is a train to come up and be like, doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo, and just, like, doing laps, right? That would be silly. All right. That is looking good-ish. Yeah, this is going to take a while to unblock itself and start unblocking other things, but it will get there. All right. Well, I think we're in good shape here, or we will be. I'm not sure how I ended up with 8 here, but it seems like 6 is the right number. Whatever. It'll balance itself out. If this can never output its ash, it'll eventually back up, and then one of these will run instead, and that'll be fine. It'll effectively just be running 6 of them. It doesn't matter. I think the ratio is just, like, not quite perfect with a belt of coal dust, so... There we go. That is totally unnecessary, but that way the coal dust will all be output. We have enough room above the coal dust for all the ash, so it'll be nicely sorted when all is said and done. And I'll also empty this. There we go. And then, yeah, as soon as this finally drains, this will start to drain, and then it'll be able to do deliveries, and we'll start to get coal dust out of the way of the places where it's backed up. I guess I could switch this to be able to do 2 belts, but coal dust only stacks to 100, so I'm not sure that's worthwhile. All right, and that should hopefully fix this. This will unblock, because this coal processing also runs circuits. Like, this is all hooked into legacy base infrastructure. This coal down here only runs stuff on the rail base. But as you can see, even it is nearly backed up. So I'm glad I caught that I never did this build right. Got it sorted, because a bunch of things are about to break. How are we doing? We're still doing like 17, 18 science per minute. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, these are still running. We've got... What are we missing? think we've got everything we need here, basically. I don't know why we have... Oh, it just goes down. Ooh. Is that okay? I think it is. Yeah, I think that's okay. I was worried that we were being overly... I need to use the red circuit network more often because we're kind of crisscrossing our lines here. You can see that we have our Paragen and Sarkarus here on this station. Actually, that is bad. There we go. And then we don't need to bridge any of this in green anymore. Just basically isolating these networks a little more carefully. All right. And then everything else I think is fine here. In theory, this... Oh no, this doesn't quite want another order of... Oh, we have so much science. How is automation science keeping up? That's an important question. Got 2.5 stacks there. Means ideally we have more stacks here. So yeah, automation science might be slightly bottlenecked somewhere. I do think we're going to have to expand that. Not like a huge amount, just like one more assembler or something. Because, like, yes, 6 is the theoretically correct number of assemblers for this, but clearly it's just not quite there. Because I think this is going to run out before that's up to 600. And then the other thing that was a potential science bottleneck was, of course, yeah, this. And that's still bottlenecked on... Oh, on fuels. And I never did... I got distracted. We never did build our void for using hydrogen instead of this. I guess we could probably refactor this one to use hydrogen instead of naphtha, instead of... Yeah, let's do that. Let's just change this. Request hydrogen instead. If I need to make more hydrogen, I'll do the syngas to hydrogen recipe So we're going to do diesel using hydrogen now instead of naphtha. And then this needs to no longer request tin. Don't need it. Each of these uses 0.25 chromium, so 3 of those guys is more than enough. All right. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Oh, we gotta clear out the tin chromium alloy here. All right. And then, yeah, if we're having trouble getting hydrogen, it's pretty easy for me to do additional high syngas to hydrogen and figure out a way to sink the CO2. So I'm not overly worried about that. But hopefully we'll be able to more consistently burn through aromatics. Because 3 of these guys can do like 375 aromatics. I guess if I do one more, that makes it 500. Why not? There we go. This can sink 500 aromatics a second now, while using 100 hydrogen. All right. And it makes diesel, which is also great. That is important. We need diesel. All right. Hopefully, then, that will keep aromatics clearer now. Well, that one's not getting a delivery sent. What about this one? Oh, this one's coming into empty. All right. Yeah, aromatics are just gonna be backed up right now. So I guess I'm not gonna worry too much about that until I see that they've had a chance to run. How is this doing? Still going. Still lots of coke in the base. So even though a lot of these are going to be kind of backed up on aromatics, like, there's still, yeah, a lot of coke. I might need even more capacity to void coke here. Oh wait, this is stalled. These are stalled. Output full on what? Coal gas. How is that possible? Oh, because I never hooked up Ash out. Why am I so bad at this game? Okay, let's go get Ash output hooked up to... Let's go get Ash output hooked up to that syngas build. That should fix some of our coal voiding throughput issues. Probably not all of them. I do expect we're going to have more... Is this the right... No, down here. We might very well still need to build even more coal gas voiding capacity, but, like, this is at least... Oh, I actually also forgot to check. How much are we making? So, 16... Oh, 4. So we're making 60 coal gas a second. And each of these can only void 16. Okay, so we actually need... We need more of this anyway. That's fine. Let's get... And then ash output from all of them. Actually, you know what? Changed my mind. Let's do it on this side. Just because we've already got power on this side. Then this is the coal gas in. Can I adjust this so it's a little more friendly? I think so. There we go. And then we're going to need a couple of these. Can I make a couple gasifiers? Do I have the stuff for them? I do. Perfect. Okay. So this should actually now finally really be able to void whatever this is. 4 full belts of coke. Yeah, everything turned back on. Beautiful. And then how's ash? That's going fine. I'm not too worried about ash. I think I've got enough ash processing on rails. All right, Twitch is telling me that it is at o'clock once more. So I will let Twitch go ahead and run that ad. When we come back, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing when we come back. It's basically still very much finding things that are broken and fixing them land for me. So we're going to keep looking for things that are broken. I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. Yeah. Okay, there we are. Sorry about that. Still fumbling my buttons. I keep pressing the button expecting it to work, and then I need to go click in OBS. This is obviously broken. Because these each output a third, so that's like 1 1/3. These guys should be able to handle that. Is it just that it was a little bit backed up? So it just needs a little kick in the pants to get started? Yeah. 2 yellows should be able to handle how much ash those things make. So I am surprised. Oh, no. I forgot how much ash this also makes. .2. Probably 3. Okay. Yeah. There's your problem. All right. That was the issue. All right, now we're pulling through these outputs just fine. Yeah. And then syngas is going to become a problem sooner or later, so we're going to have to find a sink for syngas. Do I have that on my to-do list? I don't. How close are we to needing that arthropod blood sink? We are pretty close to needing that arthropod blood sink. We're like 87% of the way there. A little more. Or a little less. I did my math wrong. I know that much. 90%. All right. And then hopefully we won't back up on naphtha now that we're not using it for diesel. This is a concern that I have. But we will find out later, I guess. All right. So I think this one, yeah, has been pretty much running again and slowly catching up. This one was still having issues. There we go. It's got a load of coal going out. So it's taking a minute still for all the coke processing to catch up with all of these stations, right? This base just makes a lot of coke right now with all this tar processing. I really should do more maybe of the tall oil processing instead of the old school tar processing for all of these byproducts, because this, again, looping all this coke is a little bit silly. But we're doing okay. This wants to void. Currently no train with the stop. Which might be just because this station is occupied. Yeah, we can set that train limit to 2. And that should keep this running more consistently. Yeah, and then coke is slowly but surely. That was basically barely keeping up. So that concerns me. But like, we are running again. We have we have a lot of gasoline again, which is huge. Which means that glass should be running, right? We should have gotten, yeah, we got some tall oil this time. And it should already have latched its next. Yeah, diesel. Diesel got latched in. And then after that diesel delivery, it will probably be gasoline. Okay, that's good. So that is good to see that at least the work we've been doing getting aromatics processing unblocked and getting coke back to more tar and syngas and such is unblocked, and this is all actually working. We will need a syngas sink, like I said. And then we should also be pulling some coal gas for aluminum processing, but honestly, aluminum processing is just not an issue. Oh, kind of an issue. Why is molten aluminum stopped? gravel. That's one I haven't seen before. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, field command is our big sink for all things stone and gravel. I think this is not a great setup the way it currently is. No, it should be fine. It'll make sand until it can't, and then it'll flip around and make concrete, and that's fine. And then concrete is okay, a problem, but I'm surprised that gravel got that backed up. Am I doing... No, that's tailings processing. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of this. Gravel into tailings as well. And, like, I could change my request amount here, but that would just buffer more. That wouldn't help with our, like, throughput. What this does mean is that we can get more... If we make more chlorine, we can void it, because this is clearly not running at full capacity right now. Which is good to know. Unfortunately, it doesn't help with current situation here. So this has 120 slots. All right. We need 30 of them for coke, which does get used when this ends up making concrete. I think I can switch this to want more... No, these are both already set to 45 stacks. Okay. Yep. That's as much as I can do without changing the way this runs. I think the reality is that having this one thing that tries to be my, like, last-ditch void for both stone and gravel is a little bit silly. I guess I could fix some of the... Wait a second. I also just had a realization. But let's... Yeah, let's check that. Because I have down here this machine, which makes gravel. This should be a low priority for sure. I'm not sure why we're ever pulling from that when we have full gravel up here at priority 1. Hooked up to the output instead of the input? Okay. Well, that's part of why. And then I do also want to go down to the gravel where I make gravel on purpose. And I'll switch that to -1. I also should probably switch the sink to be a proper void and disable this ever going to the void. But the problem is that that's going to break a bunch of stuff. All right, so this is a low priority source, the lowest priority source I have. And then we go up to field command. This is going to break a bunch of stuff if I do this, but we're just going to have to fix it all. It needs to be done, unfortunately. So we're going to switch which network field command is on. Field command is now network V. So now what we need to do is every source where we want it to be allowed to travel to field command, we need to add overflow logic to enable network V when we want it voided. So if I come over, I have that logic somewhere down here. Yeah. And this is going to be very tedious, and I'm going to miss things, and metals are going to break, and I'm just going to have to do it anyway. I should have done this a long time ago, realistically. All right, I need cider. All right, and gravel greater than, it's actually 20k for gravel because it stacks to 200. Enable the void network. All right. So now that is set up to only send to field command when it's over full. It is still over full, so it will send another load. And we now have to do that for every single place where we process our ores into metals. We're going to have either stone or gravel that it is kind of relying on being able to send to field command, and we're going to have to fix it. This is going to be a bunch of work. We're going to try to do it as systematically as possible. I'm not sure how possible it will be. Missing copper. All right. I guess we're doing copper next, since we need to come over here anyway. Again, gravel greater than 20k. Output the void. All right. And then this one also has stone. Look at that. Gravel and stone. Both in my paste buffer. Okay. What is next? Nothing here. Well, tailings dust, but that's a different problem. Where else am I doing metal processing? This is the thing, is it's just scattered wherever it was convenient to build it at the time. Right? Alright, that's nickel over there. We can go to nickel. Is this a metal processing here? That looks like zinc. Does zinc have... I see stone output. Yes. Alright. We'll do zinc and nickel. We'll get both of those sorted. Oh, zinc is a little further south. My bad. All right. Stone. And what else do I have down here? Is any of this a metal? Oh, we have chromium as well. Okay. Chromium, nickel. Cool. And gravel as well. And I'm sure I've also got stuff that outputs stone and gravel that are not metals, and I don't even know where to start looking for those things. Paste and there. But this should be... It's over here. Is this a metal? No, this is making biosamples. That's fine. Okay, I know I do have an iron processing. I've got antimony processing somewhere. I've got... Yeah, here's antimony processing, which is broken. Have to figure that out. Oh, it was out of fiber. Yeah, fiber has been an issue. We will need to think about that some more. All right, we can go down to antimony processing there. That's fine. Nothing here at Nexalit. Iron is over here. We'll have to do that one. Titanium. Titanium. Gotta do titanium. Alright, yeah, let's get antimony, titanium. We're also gonna have lead and tin that we have to do. Tin is, I think, this one. Lead is this weird one that's still on the main line because I haven't moved it. So yeah, tin, lead, titanium, antimony. We've done chromium. We've done... I think we still need to do... whatever this is. Niobium. Which is up here. Okay. Let's see if I can remember all those. But hopefully this will fix some of the issues with... how we're dispatching gravel and stone as sort of byproducts versus things that we need. If we're avoiding voiding when we can. All right, that's antimony. Titanium is up here. And then from titanium, getting to lead and tin isn't too bad. And then that leaves iron and niobium, I think. Oops, turned off my roboport. Fix that. Because, yeah, a lot of these are sitting, like, mostly empty, but somehow poor old aluminum got, like, left super full. So... we're lucky fixing some of these thresholds will stop some of those issues from repeating. Iron is right here. All right, so I think this just leaves lead, tin, and niobium. I probably did miss something. Let's see. Copper, iron, lead, tin, zinc, nickel, antimony. Nexolite doesn't need the fix. Titanium, niobium. Nothing is coming to mind. Which doesn't mean I didn't miss anything, obviously. But hopefully it means that I got all the important ones at least. No gravel on this one. Okay. Then we're going to have lead here. Because lead predates me realizing how I was actually going to use my rails. So it has weird stations on it. Okay. I think the only one left is niobium up here. I think I got everything else. And then sand is a different thing as far as where it goes and how it's voided, so that doesn't have the same setup. At least not yet. Okay. Hopefully that'll keep aluminum moving now. Not that it was like a big deal. We had plenty of plate. We were a little behind on molten aluminum, which would have eventually broken science because we would have run out of duralumin. But like these are fairly short term. And again, I'm gonna have missed things. That's just, it's gonna happen. Stuff will have been missed. So there's things that should have... Ooh, this is stopped. This is fully stopped. It doesn't have lime. Why? Oh, dear. Yes. Okay. Let's fix that. Because that's now on the V network, it's not getting the coke that it needs to make lime. Its coke station needs to be on the A network. We have the same issue up here where we're voiding aromatics into diesel, right? The hydrogen needs to be a separate input station so that it can be on the normal network with a normal request priority. And right now I haven't fixed that for the stone and gravel void. So what I need, and this can have a pretty high station limit. It does. Okay. I need another station. Ooh, hopefully I can fit it like here. Oh. Oh. That is tight. I mean, it's fine that it's tight, but it's tight. So we're going to remove the request here. I'll actually change both of these up to allow up to 60 of each. And then what I can actually do, I can change some of how this works. Let's grab this kind of thing. Alright, so now we can get gravel and stone out separately. Yes. And here and down. Okay. And now we just need to get coke requests from down here. Is this the right way around? No, this is a solid drop-off station. Good job, Brandon. Or sorry, it's a pickup, not a drop-off. Maybe that's why I picked the wrong one, because my brain's just backwards today. Alright, this needs to request coke. That's fine. This one doesn't have to be kept overly full. It's only half a belt at most. All right, there we go. Yeah, and that should immediately be delivered to, because we have plenty of coke. Yeah, and that'll turn this back on. Cool. I think that's going to be reasonable. I should pave more of the base. This concrete is going to be a problem soon. But there's nothing that can't be solved with more buffer chests. I think the way I've rejiggered this should also help with turning more of what comes in here into landfill. Whenever this has both stone and gravel available, it'll try to make landfill instead of basically always crunching it down into concrete. What goes into, by the way, refined concrete? Iron stick, steel plate, concrete, water. Maybe I just need to make a refined concrete thing on rails to compress our concrete further. Oh, it actually uncompresses it. Well, that's no good. Didn't this used to be a lot worse? Or a lot better as a void? Depending on how you look at it. I feel like refined concrete used to be more expensive. All right. This is fine. This is all going to turn on again. Oh, this doesn't have to come all the way up there, does it? It only has to come to, like, here. Alright, that'll turn that on. This should... I mean, this will get more deliveries of whatever eventually. Whatever's available. Alright, I think I am... happier with this, question mark? I'm not sure about that, but it's doing something. Should be better at managing what actually gets voided from there. I hope. I really hope. Still running at... whoops. We are not running at 18 science per minute. What broke? Alright, as suspected, it's the automation science packs. And this is currently unloading. This can request more stacks of these. Not that I think it was... Well, I mean, this looks like it pretty much ran out. So I think we're going to have to make more... Oh, this is stopped as well. This doesn't have logs, and this doesn't have... brick. Brick, we just did some work on, but like... Okay. So yeah, we're about to have another batch of brick from this build. I think I am going to need another build that does brick just straight from stone. I don't think I can avoid that. As for the other inputs that are broken on this, logs running out is bad. I noticed logs seemed a little iffy. So we can definitely, like, consider improving logs. Yeah, we're only running 8 of these guys for the whole rail base. So I think we are going to need more logs. I'm not exactly sure how bad of a priority that is. It seems like it's a priority. Yeah, and it does look like all of these are running. Yes. Okay. So we need more logs, and we also need more fiber. So I think we're gonna have to just... And our biomass void, by the way, is already biomass to ash. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up a big wood build that uses whatever my best log recipe is right now. Which is, I guess, this one. And then we can bring in CO2 from the base. I was already talking about needing to make sure that I could make more hydrogen, and I was talking about doing that from syngas, which is going to have that CO2 byproduct. So let's add details to this. New big log build from ash plus sludge plus CO2. Expand CO2 production off-site. And then we're also going to have fiber built to take log from rail rather than the all-in-one build. Outputs fiber plus biomass. Okay. And then the question is, do we still have the... And I think we do. We probably do. And I can expand this if I need to. The capacity for however much more, like, biomass to ash we're gonna need with a big fiber build, right? But the cool part is that like the dedicated fiber build is just like these parts of it or whatever. And I'll probably scale it to like whatever one belt of wood is. Let's go into YAFC and take a look at that. One second, sorry. I was too close, zoomed in the game there. Alright, so we're going to make fiber, and I do have the fiber turd. And then we do the raw fiber into fiber. We're going to set fixed ingredient consumption at, well, actually, it does ratio, but that is a lot of wood per second. Okay, that's 6 logs a second, actually. What does that look like in terms of... using the muddy sludge and ash recipe. We don't have forestry Mark IIs. I think I can do tree Mark IIs, though, if I so desired. Oh, that's... even with tree Mark Is, that's only a dozen forestries. Okay. It's a lot of ash per second, which is fine. Like, ash comes on big trains. So yeah, we can do this at like... and obviously the amount of... yeah. Like, it's a big build, but it's not like a stupidly big build, right? And then the tree seedlings, again, we don't have Mark II nurseries yet. And the real question is, how much moss is this going to take? Oh, there's a moss recipe with coarse fraction. I do have lots of coarse fraction available right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No problem. I don't even need the moss Mark IIs. I don't need Mark II anything. Let's see what it takes to get that recipe that has coarse fraction. Where's that hiding? Moss stage 2 is below organ printing. All right. So this is going to be a interesting diversion. But yeah, that's what gets us this coarse fraction recipe. So if I don't want to use the coarse fraction recipe, what does it look like instead? If I just use this standard stone recipe, it's a lot. That's a lot of moss farms. I mean, I can get... well, no, because I don't have Moss Mark II yet. So yeah. But even still, that's... I mean, 19 of them is not small, but it's not huge. And obviously, what I'm actually going to do is we're going to allow overproduction here, and we'll scale this to 12. And this will be like, excuse me. Yeah, that'll spit out plenty of fiber. It'll spit out a huge amount of biomass that we're going to have to get rid of. So we're probably going to have to expand our biomass to... Actually, you know what? I don't even know if we can do this reasonably. Well, we'll have to figure out how to split these 60 into... I mean, 20 a belt would technically be slightly backed up. So maybe we split them into groups of 4, 15 a belt, and then we can run the ball mills at... We do... Nope. Try again. That. No, not so much. Alright. Yeah, I think 60 of those into like 4 groups of 15. Or 16. I probably will actually make 64 of them just so that it's more even. And then each of those will feed, you know, whatever, 6 raw fiber into 3 ball mills. But that'll keep everything, like, split up enough that our belts don't... Oh, no, Brennan, come on. Remember, wood processing units have poop chutes. So even though this is 47 a second, this is only 2 belts worth. Yeah, this is 2 groups of 30. Okay. And then each of those groups will only have 7.2 plus 6. That fits on 1 belt. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. That all works. And actually, I think if we use red outserters, we can do the ball mills really well. Yeah, this will be fine. And then again, that's only, whatever, 6 logs in. And that'll be this build, which we might want to do slightly bigger. I mean, we could do 1.5 times. Nice even 30 moss farms. It's a lot of water. But yeah, I think this would be fine as like our new giant log build. Obviously, we have to think about bringing in this much. I don't love this, actually, now that I think about it, because 36 ash is more than... Yeah, 24 ash, we can bring that in on a stacked belt. Any more than that, and I have to start thinking about multiple belts. And getting multiple belts out of rail stations is super difficult. I don't necessarily want to go for more than a stacked belt. So I think this is the input. And then this stone input to moss is nothing. 5 stone is whatever. The CO2 is a lot. If we wanted to make that, we don't want to make it from moondrops. But if we did, with current moondrop technology... Oh, it's only 8 moondrop farms. And I actually already have moondrop Mark IIs available. I haven't built them yet, but they're available to me. Yeah, I could get this down to 4. Alright. So maybe I don't even need to expand my CO2 then in that case. I do already have, if we look in the base, these guys down here running and trying to keep CO2 available. And if I need to just start bootstrapping Moondrop Mark IIs, I can do that, potentially. Yeah. And just upgrading these to Moondrop Mark IIs would, you know, not quite double whatever CO2 we're getting out of them, but plenty more. You know, obviously these are intended to supplement whatever CO2 we get from higher priority sources around the base. But... Whoa! That's wild to see that not running? Why are we backed up? Feel like this was all... I feel like I just looked at this and it turned on. So yeah, maybe we just got a load of tar. What about this side? Yeah, a lot less coke available. Aromatics are under the void threshold. Yeah, this is running though. And how is glass doing? That's kind of what I actually care about with a lot of this, is how's glass doing? Multiple input signals, all right. Oh, there we go. Train has been assigned, so we should have latched our request. Yeah, at diesel. So this is going to get diesel no matter what. But yeah, we have other fuels available. Okay. Cool. And yeah, these are all backed up on molten glass now because this whole system is not on. It's just the petri dishes running. I might still need more petri dishes. That could very well be a thing. And if it is, I think I can find a spot for them. I guess right here, if I wanted to try to keep it local to this build. The problem is that we need all of this seaweed, although... Do I have Seaweed Mark II available? Or do I need... No, that's Seaweed Mark III, so yes. I have Seaweed Mark II available if I wanted to try to upgrade to Mark II here. And there's also... Oh, this is already using the recipe that takes limestone. Okay. So not a lot for me to do there, unfortunately. All right. Well, this is working. We might still need more petri dishes, or it could just be that like everything is still catching up because petri dishes were so effed for so long. It's really hard to tell. But I am worried a little bit about petri dishes and basic substrate keeping up. For now, oh, yep, something broke science again. Is it automation science again? It's automation science again. Okay. And that's, I'm assuming, bricks and logs, right? Well, we just got bricks, but not logs. So yes. All right, that needs to be the top priority on Thursday then is, whoops. It's more log. And then fiber. Other things here are lower priority, just trying to make sure that things stay unblocked, but they're not things that have broken yet. So the things that are broken get fixed before the things that are almost broken. And I know fiber hasn't been keeping up, and I know logs have not been keeping up. So we gotta do both of those. So yeah, Thursday we'll do a big wood build. I know that's not super exciting, but it's what's gotta happen. I guess the other thing to look at for fiber is kickalks, right? Isn't there a fiber recipe from kickalks? Yes. Maybe we should look at that in YAFC real quick. Nah. Don't care. I think with the fiber turd, I'm better off sticking with wood. I think I've looked at kickalk fiber before. Either way, yeah, that's what we'll do Thursday. We'll start with that big wood build, and that will be... That's the current science blocker, apparently, is wood now. So... Once we get that fixed, we'll see what the next one is. And then, you know, as science progresses, we'll start to think about what can we start, like, building that is useful for us. Because right now, like, I don't even know really. Like, there's some kind of longer term goals with the science tree, but I don't know what my short term goals really are. So yeah, thanks very much everyone who's tuned in today. I do really appreciate it, and we'll keep working on the base on Thursday. Tomorrow, Wednesday, is a Kerbal Space Program stream day. I've got a NASA white paper that I'm going to be re-implementing for lunar guidance to send a probe to the moon. So that should be a really interesting stream if you like programming, and especially if you like seeing me bang my head against the wall. So if you haven't been watching the Kerbal stuff, tomorrow is a good opportunity to join in and see what's been going on with that. So thanks again, everyone. Thanks for the folks on YouTube as well. If you are watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, I really do appreciate it, and it really does help small channels like mine. And yeah, we'll call it here for today. I'll see everyone tomorrow in Kerbal, and back to Pi on Thursday. Ta-ta.